presentation. Yeah, now stand over. Yeah, if you are a researcher in that area, you are welcome to give in your input. Yeah. Then from 10:15 to 10:30 a.m., there will be this research by Mohammed Shano. There will be research by Mohammed Shano about adaptation of national health financing to rural communities, affects of pastoral nomadic communities in Marsabit County, Kenya. So I'll take this just to welcome Alex One, who will take over.
Okay, now we are almost starting because we have almost 1 minute to time. And the first presenter will be our chair. And that's why now I've taken over so that they can welcome her, so that we can listen to our presentation. And the first presentation, which we are going to hear, that is today, is from Miriam Wefukulu and Judith Kabala, and it is about investigating microbial content in drinking water, supply sources of development, world municipality. And this one is a case of Kakamega town. So we welcome the presenters, and I hope that our listeners, wherever you are, or our viewers, wherever you are, you at the end of the session ask questions, and then we are going to answer. Welcome the presenters.
Okay, hello everyone, I'm Miriam Wepuhulu. I'm presenting a paper in the second International Research E-Conference for Tharaka University under the sub-theme Health Innovation for Sustainable Development. The topic is investigating microbial content in drinking water supply sources in developing world municipality, a case of Kakamega town. So in the background, adequate safe drinking water is a basic need that is not afforded by most Kenyans and people in the developing world. And sanitation in urban areas may worsen with the increase in population. Diarrhea and other waterborne diseases have resulted in millions of deaths. And over 90% of diarrhea case prevention is possible with provision of clean water. Safe drinking water is not provided despite reports in tropical African countries. And Kenya has experienced waterborne diseases like cholera, with diarrhea ranked as the fourth priority disease. Increased horizontal separation between pollution sources and groundwater supply reduces the risk of fecal pollution. Rapid urbanization in sub-Saharan Africa has resulted to use of on-site sanitation and underground water because they are affordable. The percent of Kenyan metropolitan population may swell, has fallen from 1980 to 1998 with a percentage of around 16 to 31%. Only water quantity worries the inhabitants and even the authorities, but quality is not checked. The under 5 mortality is 35% higher in Nairobi slums than in the rural areas, but the problem may worsen with the upcoming urban centers. Excreta dumping and congested settlements may endanger quality of water in shallow wells, reducing distance between groundwater and septic tanks. The cost and distance have watered down effectiveness of government-constructed water kiosks and World Bank-sponsored Zoya Phase 2 project. Piped water has been insufficient and inaccessible, with residents resorting to groundwater in form of shallow wells and boreholes. Previous studies have not quantified the risk hazard of water sources, hence, need to investigate microbial content in drinking water supply sources in Kakamega municipality. In the materials and methods, the study, site and population, the study will take place in 3 wards of Kakamega municipality, that is Shirere, Shewe, and Mahiakalo, and it will target a population of 99,987, where adults above 18 years will be the respondents. The sampling technique will be as follows. The households will be sampled systematically, where the first household is selected randomly, and the ones that followed are selected at equal intervals. Institutions and hotels will be randomly sampled. Water supply sources will be stratified according to source and purpose. The protocol for water sampling was derived from the American Public Health Association, 1998, where 250 ml polyethylene plastic bottles will be washed and autoclaved. The cap will be open and triplicate samples taken. The samples will be transported in cool boxes to the labs at the Water Resource Management Authority and refrigerated at 4 degrees Celsius. Analysis for total and fecal coliforms was performed at 24 hours after sampling. Fecal and total coliforms were reported as counts per 100 ml water sample. For the determination of the sample size, this went as per the Fisher et al. Formula at 95% confidence limit. For the tools that were used were the designed questionnaires and checklists. Then for the collection method, there was a field survey, there was employment of the field survey, observation, interviews, collection and testing of water samples. The collected water samples were analyzed at Water Resource Management Authority labs using the multiple tube fermentation technique. Results obtained from most probable number tables in the 20th edition of standard methods for the examination of water and wastewater. Lauryl tryptose broth and E. coli enrichment agar were used to isolate total and fecal coliforms respectively. Quality control. The test-retest reliability was used for questionnaires. Then triplicate samples were collected at each source for the lab results, for the lab experiments. And then all the apparatus were autoclaved. For data analysis, qualitative data was analyzed using content analysis method. Data from questionnaires was first organized, and then categories were created and themes pertinent to the study, and then reported. Total and fecal coliform presence was indicated by turbidity, pH change, and presence of gas. The presentation was by use of tables and pie charts. Ethical approval was sought from the Ministry of Water and ward representatives. So, results. Total and fecal coliform results. Springs and hand-dug wells had the most compromised water quality. Most springs had degraded and protected catchments, attributed to high level of total and fecal coliform counts. Most of the hand-dug wells were uncovered with ropes used to draw water. 55% of the wells were located close to pit latrines, exposing water to contamination. And 10% of tap water had total coliforms, an indication that applied chlorine is exhausted before reaching the further points. Then most, about 70% of Sherrill Ward residents had access to tap water. Over 60% of Mahiakal and Shirere wards used communal springs and water kiosks. Then greatest, that is around 68% respondents in Shirere ward used the kiosks for tap water was thought to be costly. A table showing the number of the coliforms, total coliforms per 100 ml water sample. So tap water recorded the best quality water, with 90% of the samples having 0 total coliforms and only 10% having around 1 to 99 total coliforms. Spring water did not have a very good quality, with coliforms recorded in almost all the water samples. Borehole also had a better quality with 8 samples with 0 total coliforms, and then 4 with around 1 to 99 total coliforms. Then the rest had 0. Shallow wells water was not of good quality. For the fecal coliforms, tap water had 95%. The 95% of samples had 0. 5% had 99% fecal coliforms. Spring water, the quality was not very good as indicated. Borehole was a little better. Then shallow well was not good. About the sources of pollution. So the sources of pollution are thought to be a number, with sewer lines contributing to the greatest number, source of pollution, followed by rubbish dumps, followed by pit latrines, and lastly, by soil erosion. For the proposed solution to the pollution problem, we have compulsory connection to the sewerage system, expansion of the sewerage system. Some do not have a non-remedy. Then construction of more pit latrines, and then discouraging of shallow wells, where the expansion of the sewerage and connection to the sewerage had the largest percentage. So in conclusion, shallow wells and springs did not have a good water quality. In fact, it was moderately risky, with 100 to 1,000 coliform count per 100 ml of water. Then the borehole and tap water had 0 coliform per 100 ml of sample, that's showing appreciable quality. Leaking sewers and improper solid waste disposal were the greatest sources of pollution. Expansion of sewerage system and compulsory connection of people with the self-contained houses to the sewerage system would remedy the situation. Then more spring protection and water kiosk construction will enhance access to safe water. So in the recommendations, to safeguard Kakamega municipality area residents from using contaminated water sources, for drinking, treated water supply system should be expanded to accommodate everybody in the municipality. And those on the outskirts of the municipality area should be provided with water kiosks, and the cost of water subsidized. Then the sewerage system needs to be expanded to cater for the greater population, and proper maintenance of the other water sources. Constant monitoring of the area should be instituted to prevent poor siting of hand-dug wells in relation to pit latrines and septic tanks. The research revealed that 68% of the inhabitants use pit latrines as a method of excreta disposal, which is discouraged in the municipality. And to avoid inappropriate dumping of solid waste, a designated site for solid waste disposal should be established, and solid waste collected and managed soundly by the responsible people. Thank you.
And I think after the presentation, I can see we have 1 minute. If there is anybody with a question concerning what the presenter has talked about, I think it's the time to ask that question. And okay, so that is one question here. And the question is, in your presentation, water kiosk was found to be relatively expensive than you are recommending the same. How can this work? How can this work? Yes, water kiosk was found to be relatively expensive than you are recommending the same. How can this work? Yes, I think we have time to answer that question. Yes. So, as she internalized the question, I think so I welcome her so that at the same time she can take over as the chair now. I think.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So here we are talking about water quality. So because we want the residents to have the large quantities of water plus the quality, the good quality. So I think that is why they need more water. Okay, I did not really get water kiosk is more expensive than you are recommending.
In your presentation,
yes,
you had said that water kiosks were relatively expensive.
Yeah.
And then in the recommendation, you have said this is also a recommendation that can be done.
So the kiosk water was not as bad quality, but the only issue was that it was not accessible to people because of the cost. Yeah. So at least if the cost was to be lowered a little bit, and then more of the kiosk water is supplied, then the Kakamega residents will have good quality and quantities of water. Yeah, that was what the research meant. So thank you so much for that first session. We are going to welcome the second presenter, who is Nelson Momanyi. Yeah, it's already 10 factors causing high nurse turnover in mission hospitals in Kenya, a case for PCH Ogoria Hospital.
The sub-team of this second international research conference of Tharaka University College is Healthy Innovations for Sustainable Development. My research topic is an investigation into factors causing high nurse turnover in mission hospitals in Kenya, a case for PCA Chogoria Hospital. A brief background is that turnover refers to the number of employees who vacate a position annually. Turnover can be positive if a less performing individual leaves and is replaced by a more performing individual. It can also be negative if key and skilled workers leave the organization, which leads to reduced performance and increased costs of replacement. Some studies have been done, including the following. Number one, INA ETR 2009 did a study and found that high nurse turnover are likely to lead to shortages of nursing staff and loss of human capital. Another study that was conducted in Kenya by Mwenda found that there was a high turnover of professional health workers and administrators in healthy and mission hospitals in Kenya. A situation analysis, that was a study that was done by Moreithi ETL 2007, found that there was a shortage of health workers in faith-based health facilities. Job satisfaction is an essential element for maintenance of workforce numbers of any organization. Turnover, as it is known, has a cyclic nature and remains a challenging issue in many mission hospitals. At the PCH Ogoria Hospital is one of the largest mission hospitals in Kenya, with a staff strength of about 465 employees. About 147 are enrolled and registered nurses. Since 2006 at PCH Ogoria Hospital, PCH Ogoria Hospital has experienced increasing employee turnover, particularly nurses. In 2006, for example, 15% left the organization. 2007, 16.6%. 2008, 16.7% left the organization. 2009, 17% left the organization. And 2010, 21% left the organization. The hospital average rate of nurse turnover stood at 17% against the global accepted rate of 15%. Statement of the problem. In this study, retention of nurses was an important issue because shortages could lead to work overloads, burnout, satisfaction of nurses, and the compromised standard of patient care. Reducing nurse turnover rates could save healthcare costs. And unless this situation is arrested, therefore, of nursing turnover, the hospital is likely to experience problems in maintaining sufficient numbers of nurses to provide essential healthcare services. There are very few studies that have been done, and particularly these studies have been done in developed countries, but a few are done in developing countries, including mission hospitals in Kenya. And therefore, it was necessary for this study to be done to investigate why high nurse turnover in mission hospitals in Kenya. Specific objectives of this study were, number one, to find out how managerial factors contribute to nurse turnover, to examine the influence of nurse promotion on nurse turnover, to assess the influence of staff development on nurse turnover, and investigate the effect of compensation practices on nurse turnover. This study is important because it will add knowledge to the current studies that have been done on nursing turnover. It will also help and enlighten the BCH Ogoria Hospital to develop strong strategies of nurse retention. Other researchers can also use this study to do further research. Literature review. A number of studies have been done. I will only mention a few. For example, Hyena ETL 2009 did a study and found that high nurse turnover is likely to lead to shortages of nursing staff and loss of human capital of experienced and skillful workers. Another study done by Sovereign ETL 2005 found that although it is difficult to estimate the actual cost of nursing turnover, there are numerous expenses incurred during hiring of a new nurse. Another study that was done by Mohammed 2006 specifically ascertained individuals with higher organizational support will be less likely to seek out job alternatives in other organizations. Kowanja 2005, together with the others researchers, found that nurse turnover is associated with nurse dissatisfaction. But those nurses who received support from their supervisors and encouragement from their supervisors remain in those organizations. Taylor, 2010, found that if a farm's compensation system is inadequate, then top applicants are not likely to apply for jobs in those organizations. And those existing in those organizations are likely to look for alternative jobs elsewhere. Another study done in England, 2001, by Cottage, found that professional development was important among nurses working intensive care unit. Conceptual framework. In this study, the researcher conceptualized high nurse turnover as the dependent variable, and the factors, managerial factors, promotion practices, staff development, and compensation as independent factors. And this is shown on the diagram that follows on that slide. Gaps to be filled. Investigating the factors causing high nursing turnover in mission hospitals is a key gap that needs to be filled. A number of studies have been done, but many in manufacturing industries and others in developed countries. Research methodology. This study applied the descriptive case study method. A sample of 30% representing 44 of the targeted population of 147 nurses working in the hospital. Stratified random sampling technique was used to ensure equal representation of these nurses. Self-administered questionnaire and document analysis were used as the main data collection instruments. Quantitative and qualitative data were analyzed by use of MS Excel and presented in form of frequencies and percentages. Major findings. Managerial factors were perceived to be inadequate and non-supportive. 66%, 55% of nurses indicated dissatisfaction with the managerial factors. Most respondents perceived promotion practices as being unfair, and this represented 50% of those who responded to the questionnaires. Staff development programs were considered inadequate, and therefore 36% of the respondents was dissatisfied. Reward or compensation practices were also perceived to be unequal and unsatisfactory. 66% of the respondents were dissatisfied. In overall, 52% of the nurses were dissatisfied and could leave the hospital if they secured better employment opportunities elsewhere. Conclusions. Nurse retention is one of the major human resource management components that is meant to continually improve in order to enhance satisfaction and sufficient numbers of healthcare service delivery. If nurse turnover is not addressed, the situation may lead to reduced healthcare performance, increased costs for nurse replacements, and training or development anxiety among nurses. Recommendations. PCH Ogoria Mission Hospital should develop strong strategies to retain their staff. Further research. Duplication of similar research can be done in other mission hospitals. A further research could be conducted using in-depth interviews to explore the factors causing high nursing turnover. A further study can be conducted to determine if same factors above have an influence on nurse turnover of other professionals in mission hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nelson Momanyi, for keeping time and for that good presentation. Let us appreciate him. So if there are any questions about this presentation, kindly channel them. You can either ask them if you are around. You can raise up your hand or use the chat to give the question to the presenter so that he can be able to answer. Are there any questions, maybe from your side? from the chat, are there any questions? No questions. Okay. So we are only having 1 minute to the next presentation. So the next presenter is Mohammed Shano. Mohammed Shano is going to start at 10:15. The topic is adaptation of national health financing to rural communities. Adaptation of national health financing to rural communities. A case of pastoral nomadic communities in Marsabit County, Kenya. Adaptation of national health financing to rural communities. A case of pastoral nomadic communities in Marsabit County, Kenya, by Mohammed Shano. Yeah, you are welcome to listen to that presentation. Kindly ask questions so that the sessions become as interesting as possible. Yeah, and as we develop our research careers. Thank you. I think we are going to listen to him now.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Mohammed Shano. I'm presenting an article entitled Adaptation of National Health Financing to Rural Communities. My focus area is Marsabit, where I'll be looking at a dominant communities, that is pastoral nomadic communities in that particular area. Universal healthcare is one of the sustainable development goals to be attained by any country, and for Kenya, it is envisaged in 2030 goal, and also the Big Four agenda, which is to provide equitable and affordable healthcare at highest affordable standards. This requires not only adequate healthcare funding from various stakeholders, but also guaranteeing guaranteeing the individuals against the financial risk protections of healthcare coverage. The government's effort to counter and reverse this situation is demonstrating the use of a equalization fund. For example, in the Constitution 2010, we find that there is an equalization fund for such marginalized areas. And also at the same time, there is also increased health sector budget from year to year. For example, 37.8 billion in 2009 to 2010 to 42.2 billion in 2010 to 2011 to Kenya shillings 58.9 billion in 2011-2012 and so on, according to the health sector working groups 2012. And therefore, at the same time, setting up of the NHIF to cushion individuals against the healthcare needs. Following 2005 Health Assembly resolution regarding protection of the poor and vulnerable against the cost of unforeseen health, the government developed NHIF to cushion citizens against health risk to finance the healthcare needs of both rich and poor citizens who contribute monthly premium. That can be seen that the membership increased from 13.5%, that's about 3.34 million in 2011-2012 to 3.79 million in 2012-2013, while also the informal membership increased from 898,000 to 1.15 million during the same period, according to the NHIF report of 2015. However, you find that all these funds may not be adequate to cover the healthcare needs of any individuals in a country, and different communities devised different techniques to fill the shortfall that are left as a result of not covering by the NHIF. For example, you find that many communities use welfare schemes or merry-go-round to finance their healthcare needs, and Marsabit communities who are dominantly pastoralists and agro-pastoralists, the situation is worse due to their way of life, poverty, illiteracy, and lack of information to finance healthcare needs, and therefore you find that there are only 57 health posts, despite their vastness, which are inclusive of 38 dispensaries. It has only 12 health centers, mainly around town, which are accredited by NHIF, according to the report of NHIF 2015, and therefore this indicates that many people have been left out, not being covered by the NHIF. In terms of carrying out the research used descriptive research design, where both primary and secondary data was used. The primary data was collected by use of combination of techniques that included questionnaire, focus group discussions, interview, and use of past records of NHIF uptake, input from faith-based organizations, private health insurance covers, among other archival records, with the potential of providing reliable figures and impression on the uptake of health care needs financed in the county. The location of the research was 4 constituencies in Marsabit County, namely Moyale, North Horr, Sako, and Lexamis, with a target population of 56,941 households, and by use of simple random sampling, a sample size of 381 households were considered, and data analyzed using a logistic regression. The results was that formal education and people do not have adequate formal educations, and hence formal employment to enable them to have consistent income to pay for their health covers. And this lack of consistencies in earnings forced the people depend on donors and other supports in financing their healthcare needs. The study therefore found out that education plays the biggest role in enlightening pastoralists in taking a cover to cushion themselves against the healthcare risk. It was also found that the social welfare groupings enable pastoralists to afford the insurance premium. As the main livelihood is livestock keeping, in-kind payment for that cover is considered the most appropriate way of financing their healthcare needs. The study therefore recommends that the government and other stakeholders continue enhancing the enrollment of the pastoralists to education. Moreover, the adult education enrollment should be upscaled so as to enable citizens to understand the importance of health insurance. Further, they should be encouraged to join a welfare group so as to access finances for payment of insurance subscriptions. The government should diversify mode of payment for the health cover to include the form which the citizens will be comfortable in contributing. However, they should mobilize resources that will be used to help the poor pay for their health care need financing. Thank you very much. That is my article.
Presentation. Let us appreciate him. Yeah, if there are any questions about that presentation, adoption of national health financing, kindly ask so that Dr. can be able to attempt. Yeah, we have some time. To the health break, at least the questions can come so that he can attempt before we break to stretch ourselves, then we come back. Are there any questions on the chat? The members who are present, the rapporteur? Are there any questions to Dr. Mohamed Shana?
I don't know.
On your side?
Is it Dr. Mukambi in the room? Dr. Mukambi Kimbart.
Yeah.
Just ask whether it's available.
Is Dr. Mugambi Gilbert in the room?
Yeah.
Oh, he is. He is in the room, director.
Zoom. That's from Zoom.
So it looks like there are no questions for that presentation.
If there are questions, they can raise up their hand.
Yeah, if there are any questions, you can raise up your hand on the platform you're using. If you're using Zoom, there's a place to raise up your hand, then you can be able to the ICT can unmute you so that you can ask your question. The presenter will be asked to respond to your question. So it looks like there are no questions. And the next session is a health break. We're going to have a health break. Until 11, so that we stretch ourselves and come back. Yeah, so we come back at 11. Thank you so much for being patient from 9:30, in fact from 8 until this time. I know that the Lord has been faithful to us and is going to continue giving us the energy to continue until the end of the day. We appreciate so much to everyone who is following up in the different platforms. Thank you so much. We can break so that we come back. Welcome back, members. Yeah, thank you. I think the break was good. Hope everybody enjoyed themselves during the break. So I want us to take this time to brainstorm through what has been done since morning. So in the morning we have had 3 presentations. The first one being investigating microbial content in drinking water supply sources of developing world municipalities, a case of Kakamega, a town by Miriam Okulu and Judith Kavanila Kavala. So that was our first presentation in the morning. Remember, Miriam Okulu, the chair of this session. Don't forget that. So that was the first presentation. There was one question that was raised. Why should we recommend that kiosks should be used yet they are costly? So about that, I attempted to answer the researcher. So the kiosk water is good, yes, and that is why we are recommending it, although it is costly. So because of the cost compared to the residents, so most of the residents do not afford that kiosk water as much as the quality is good. So the recommendation on that was that at least we have more kiosk water available, but at some subsidized cost. So like the government or the responsible authorities are supposed to subsidize the cost of kiosk water so that most of the members can be able to access clean or good quality drinking water in Kakamega municipality. So if there are any other questions about the same, investigating microbial content in drinking water, supply sources of developing world municipalities, a case for Kakamega town, by Miriam Judith Kavala, kindly raise them so that we can at least brainstorm through this first session to see, to make it as interesting as possible. So the presenters of the first session, kindly be alert so that you can be able to attempt the questions or to answer the questions that the researchers will be able to ask. Then our second presentation came in from 10 a.m. to 10:15 a.m. That was the second presentation. It was by Nelson Momani. Nelson Momani was presenting about factors causing high nurse turnover in mission hospitals in Kenya. Factors causing high nurse turnover in mission hospitals in Kenya. A case for PCEA Chogoria Hospital. This was an interesting one. From the research, he was talking about he was talking about the nurses and the turnover. So I don't know whether it is in the human resource. Maybe this is a human resource study. So people in business, kindly, you can ask as many questions. Maybe I have one for Nelson Momani. Just have one question for Nelson Momani. You are talking about nurse turnover in the mission hospitals, especially in Chogoria PCEA Hospital. Maybe my question to Nelson Momani is, so among your recommendations, you have put that that some further research be done to see whether there is turnover for other staff members. So I don't know whether you considered it at any point. So did you at any point look at the rest of the staff members, like were they also moving very fast from Chogoria PCEA Hospital, or the others were, like, what was the general observation about the other staff of Chogoria Mission Hospital? So I think that's Momani, as much as you told us that we need to do further research in that area so that we are able to establish whether the other staff turnover is also high. Kindly, just respond to that, at least in your study. Did you have a glance at the other at the other members of staff, or your scope was just nurses and you didn't go past that. Yeah. So Nelson Momani, I think you'll be able to answer that. Then any other questions about the research for Nelson Momani, then Miriam Epufulu and Judy Kabala? Please bring in your questions so that the presenters can be able to attempt to make this session as interesting as possible. Then there was a third one. There was a third presentation by Dr. Mohamed Shano from 10:15 to 10:30. The topic was adaptation of national health financing to rural communities, a case of pastoral nomadic communities in Marsabit County, Kenya. So Mohamed was talking about NHIF. Yeah, he was talking mostly about NHIF as the major national health financer. Yeah, so my question is, I don't know whether the government gives these pastoralists NHIF or rather, or can they be able to, okay, like from your research, did you find cases where most of them were privately acquiring NHIF? I didn't get that, so kindly, Dr. Mohamed Shano, you can tell us whether most of the members in the nomadic communities were going for the private national, I mean NHIF, or rather, like, what exactly was in your mind when you talk of national health financing? Like, is there such a policy that these pastoralists, yeah, the fact that they are pastoralists, they qualify to get NHIF from the government? Yeah, that's just my question there. Yeah, kindly be very vigilant on the platform to see whether there are any questions. Yeah, on the chat, kindly check whether there are any questions so that you can tell us. The members who are far, you are notified that you can be able to raise up your hand on the platform that you are using. If it is, for example, Zoom, you can raise up your hand so that our ICT people can unmute you and you ask your question. I know the presenters are very alert to attempt to the questions that are going to be raised in this session. Yeah, so maybe in the meantime we can have some questions being answered there by Dr. Nelson Momani and Mohamed Shano. Yeah, they can attempt those questions. Then, of course, we can have other questions from other members. Yeah. We have a few minutes to spend. We have around 6 minutes left for us here. There is a question. Yeah, this is about mass turnover, so that goes to Nelson Momani. So there's a question to Nelson Momani again. After doing research on mass turnover, what was and what is the cause of mass movement of nurses from this mission hospital? Yeah, so like what factor did you find out to be the major cause of nurse turnover from PCA Chogoria Hospital? Yeah. So Nelson Momani, you can attempt that. What is the major cause of nurse turnover in PCA Chogoria Hospital? And then, still on the same, how can this mass movement be minimized as per your findings? So as per your findings, Nelson Momani, how can this movement of nurses be minimized? Yeah, as per your findings. Oh, Nelson is not on Zoom. They had a number of questions. Or kindly presenters be alert so that you can be able to answer some of those questions. Maybe Mohamed Shano. What about Mohamed Shano? Is he on Zoom? Is it possible that he can be able to answer that question? Oh, so Mohamed also left. Oh, so it's so unfortunate our presenters are not there. But there are questions there. I think during the Friday session, they'll be able to attempt to those questions. I think our rapporteur is going to note them down so that during Friday session, they are going to attempt those questions, so that the researchers who ask them can be, can be directed. Then, of course, we have very few minutes left. The next presentation, there's a next presentation that is going to come by Meliciano Iguna Mutiga. There's a next presentation by Meliciano Iguna Mutiga. These are scientists. He's going to tell us about genetic diversity of Somali ostrich. He's going to tell us about genetic diversity of Somali ostrich, Stupio molybdenus in Samburu, Kenya, as reviewed by microsatellite markers. So that is what we are going to hear. This is a very scientific research. So we are going to listen to Mariciano in 3 minutes time. But before Mariciano comes, members, I think now this one should make you more alert. There's a Kiswahili. There's one from Kiswahili. I think I'm also going to be very vigilant to see what some of these words are meaning. Ubainishaji wa mfumo ya ujianaishaji ya Wameru. Uchunguzi tarafani Mwimbi katika jimbo la Tharaka, Kenya, by Mutegi David Micheli. I think that one is going to be very interesting. It's a Kiswahili one. Let us be alert so that we are able to listen to it. So in the meantime, I know Meliciano Iguna Mutiga is preparing to give us his presentation. But in the meantime, you can just tell us how are you finding this session? We have been with you from morning. Now we are only left with 2 presentations to go. Maybe there are areas of improvement. Kindly tell us if maybe there are any observations that you have seen where you think we can be able to improve, or maybe areas that have been so exciting. You can always comment on the chat. So which area did you find to be most interesting, for example? Out of the 3 presentations that have just gone. Remember our rapporteur is here, Mr. Rwanda. Mr. Rwanda is here with us. And all the members kindly comment on the chat. How the session has been since morning. But in the meantime, we don't have a lot of time left for us. We just have 1 minute to Meliciano's presentation. So Dr. Meliciano Iguna Mutiga, you're very much welcome with your presentation on genetic diversity of Somali ostrich in Samburu, Kenya, as revealed by microsatellite markers. So that research, that presentation is supposed to start at exactly 11:15 to 11:30. So Dr. Meliciano Iguna Mutiga is going to give us a presentation. So let us be very keen so that we listen to that presentation. The people with questions can channel them to Dr. Meliciano Iguna Mutiga, I think through the chat platform. Thank you. You're welcome. Dr.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, my name is Meliciano Mutiga, and I'm from Chuka University. I'm presenting on determination of genetic diversity of Somali ostrich, Studio Molybdenus in Samburu. And this is a very rare species of ostrich that is about to go extinct. Therefore, I decided to use some scientific tools to measure their survival rate in the wild of Samburu. So, we have about 4 species that exist globally. We have the first one called Masaicas, that's also found in Kenya. Masaicas is found in southern Kenya and some parts of Tanzania. Camillus is found in northern Africa. and the other one is australis, that is found in southern Africa. Now the species of interest is a Somali ostrich that is located there with the blue legs. Now this is a special bird because it's the largest bird ever, and it weighs 160 kilograms, more than a normal human being, and it's found in savanna, in open areas, where it feeds on insects, sometimes leaves twigs, and then this animal live in mixed groups. Mixed groups is where we have maybe other animals like grazers, like antelopes, buffaloes, and others. They live together in mixed groups. But all of them, being the four of them, is that majority of them, that is Australis, Masaicas, and Kabilas, they are very closely related. They are very closely related both morphologically and on a molecular basis. But Somali ostrich is very special because it has some special morphology. For example, if you look at the skin color, well, all others are brown or somehow reddish, their blue color, their red color is blue. And then they are restricted only in very few parts of Africa, that is Somali, and that's what is called Somali ostrich, and a few parts of Kenya, in Samburu, for example. Now, why am I interested in this ostrich? Why am I interested? Because it was separated from the other four, and it became a species by itself. And IUCN has been interested so much to know its survival value. And trying to establish the population, it was found that there is a small population, and the population is declining seriously. And therefore, we can estimate very, very soon it is going to disappear from this world. So something must be done very urgently to save it being extinct. And what is the problem of this? Problem is due to habitat loss. There is a lot of degradation in this place where it's found. There is a lot of fragmentation because of the development, people building towns, and the people becoming sedentary. Remember, Sabros earlier, they were pastoralists. They moved from one place to another. But with the current styles of living, most of them are becoming sedentary and they're not moving. And they are keeping a lot of livestock. Therefore, degradation is terrible. Actually, I have a presentation here of a photo taken near Wamba that shows serious degradation, and that is associated with overgrazing. Because below there you can see goats and livestock feeding, and because of high density, then there is a possibility of overgrazing. So, there is a possibility of isolation of small host populations. Because if the town is here, a home is here, other places, we have drones network, maybe a small bush, there is a possibility of a small population of ostrich being isolated in such areas. Therefore, you realize there will be subsequent inbreeding because they are not able to move around. So the ones that are isolated in small area, they could be inbreeding, and the inbreeding is going to lead to loss of genetic diversity, and therefore there will be a lot of implication. One of them is breeding depression, where the animal loses the vigor, and the other one, of course, is loss of genetic diversity. You'll be all the same, so there will be no diverse. We shall become one type of individuals living together, and that is very dangerous. Therefore, we need to use some scientific and technological knowledge to try and sustain these species. Otherwise, they are threatened species right now. So, the science is being used to determine the genetic diversity of Somali ostrich using microsatellite markers. And the way we want to determine genetic diversity, the more diverse a species is, the more it's able to adapt to the changing climate. In this period of climate change, so we have a diverse Somali ostrich. But now we want to determine whether the populations that we have in Samburu they are diverse genetically or not. That is what we are trying to do. Now the study here included Samburu National Reserve, Westgate Conservancy, and the other conservers called in the bay in the various sections. These sections were divided into small portions because of the size of the last one. So the first study here was Samburu National Reserve, Westgate Conservancy, and in the bay. It is in Rift Valley, in Northern Rift Valley. So the following is the sample collection and the lab procedures. First is feathers, molted feathers were collected because the region of interest were the feather bulbs, the calamars. That was the interest. That is where the DNA was extracted from. Now the problem, or the advantage of using the feathers is that it's non-invasive. Whenever scientists are dealing with species that are rare, we don't like getting them and killing them or getting blood from them. Instead, we try to use the advantage of parts that can get without necessarily capturing them. So in this case, I used feathers, I collected them opportunistically, I had some transient room in the starting unit. So I walked along, I drove along, whenever I got a feather, I collected. Then the feather was carried to Nairobi, Becker Hub at the delivery, where the DNA was extracted using the in vitrogen kit. These are known procedures. They are there, they're written down. And after extracting DNA from the calamars, then the quantity and the quality was determined by use of the photospectrometer. And then using non-drop reading, I'm going to show you how it was done. And then the DNA was amplified using the PCR. Before amplification, of course, there is the primer optimization. I'm going to show you very soon. Then the results that were obtained were taken to sample for phenotyping and scoring. And then the data that was obtained was analyzed using Genalex. And that is how the DNA that was extracted, the quality was determined. The samples here are feathers. WG stands for Westgate, and then for MB stands for Mibay, and then SNR2 or 1 stands for Samburu National Reserve. Now, this is kind of photospectrometer. You put the samples there, and then you are able to determine the concentration in nanograms per microliter. And then we have readings of 260 to 280 that determines determination by proteins. And then 260/2, that is determination by the other contaminants like salts. Now the issue is this: if 260 and 280 is below 1.8, like our case here, they were all below 1.8, then of course it is an indication of contamination. Similarly, if for 260-230 is below 2.2, that indicated contamination. Now the good thing here, I was using microsatellite markers, and these ones are very, very robust. They are not, you can be able to amplify, you can be able to show the result although there is contamination. And actually this is the basis why I choose microsatellites for the amplification of the DNA. So there was some extent of contamination, fine, but the concentration was sufficient to carry out the other results. Now PCR optimization was necessary to be able to determine the best temperature gradient for the PCR. So in this case, that's just an example. The marker CAU40, the best temperatures was between 2.0 and the 5.2. So in the, I don't know whether you can be able, I don't know the details, but there is a process is called thermocycling, where you use controlled temperatures. So this one is done to determine the best or the optimum temperature for this particular PCR. Then, after the results were obtained, the gene tagging was done, or what we call the mapping was done. gene mapping is carried out for visualization of the gene locus to really appreciate that those genes that we are looking for are existing. In the examples I've given here, for a few of my markers, shows that this gene exists in this locus, and there are two peaks. So this level is showing this locus is heterozygous. But if you look at this other level, there is only one peak, one long peak, so this is homozygous. So by visualizing, you can tell the heterozygosity or homozygosity of particular locus. Now, before the markers were used, we have studied the represent in the number of areas. Initially, I reported 8, but only 8 are some areas within stomatal structure. So I decided with 2, I used 8. Then now, what we have here is the measures of genetic diversity in terms of effective areas, the polymorphism information content, the observed heterozygosity, the expected heterozygosity, and the fixation index. All these are measures of diversity based on these markers. So in this case, if we compare the number of effective areas with expected areas, you see these ones are low, these ones are high, indicating that the areas that are required for indicating the heterozygosity are lower than or are higher than the expected one. So there is little heterozygosity. Then if you go next again, the population have the same measurements again for effective observed and expected and fixing. Then cash, we did principal coordinate analysis that shows the population are very mixed. So they are not separated. This one should have shown that greens are one place, blues are in one place, and the rest are in one place, but they are mixed. That means the population is the same. Then after that, we did a buffer to show that the molecular variation only exists among individuals and within individuals, but among the groups, is very narrow, and that one again shows lack of diversity. And therefore, in a nutshell, I'm saying there is very low genetic diversity due to breeding. And therefore, some populations are not separated in reserve, and therefore, they are not extinct. They are not extinct. And then, we need to basically to encourage movement inside hostages from one part to another part by sensitizing the community, by land use planning, establishment of migration corridors, hostage branding, so that everybody appreciates their role in the development, and then hostage farming for population perpetuation, and that is me and the people I work with.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mariciano, for that presentation. Yeah, that was a very interesting presentation about genetic diversity. Yeah, I only have one question for you. I think you will answer later. Yeah, so in your results, you had the homozygous figures and the heterozygous figures. So maybe from that, is there any relationship between homozygosity, heterozygosity, and genetic diversity? You just answer that when we have some more time. But as per now, we are going to listen to a Kiswahili presentation by Muteki David Misheli, ubainishi wa mfumo ya ujianaishaji ya Wameru, uchunguzi tarafani Mwimbi katika jimbo la Tharaka Nithi, Kenya. Yeah, you're welcome, Muteki David Misheli, for that presentation. You have very few seconds before you can start the presentation.
So, yeah, we are waiting for a presentation from Mutegi David Misheni. Yeah, it's a Kiswahili presentation, ubainishaji wa mfumo ya ujanaishaji wa Meru, ya Wameru, uchunguzi tarafani mwili katika jimbo la Tharaka Nithi, Kenya. Yeah, katika jimbo la Tharaka Nithi, Kenya. That is the presentation that is following. It's coming in very few minutes from now by Mutegi David Misheni. He is presenting about ubainishaji wa mfumo ya ujanaishaji ya Wameru, uchunguzi tarafani mwili katika jimbo la Tharaka Nithi, Kenya. Yeah, that is a very interesting one. Yeah, we are waiting for that presentation. It is there. Yeah, the presenters have done their best. It is not bouncing. So in the meantime, maybe we can have Dr. Mariciano answer that question. The question about homozygosity and heterozygosity and genetic diversity as we wait for the Kiswahili presentation.
What we mean by homozygosity is that a particular locus of a gene is occupied by a similar gene. They are usually in diploid conditions. We have an alternative of having two genes at any particular locus. So if we have similar genes in the two loci, then we say that the living is homozygous. But if the genes for the same characteristic are different, they are different forms of the same gene occurring in the same locus, then we say the condition is heterozygous. Now, in terms of diversity, homozygosity has only one type of gene it can give because it has only the same one gene. So it is not easily going to cause the diversity. It is going to remain the same. But if the gene is heterozygous, there are two chances of giving one or the other. So there is a likelihood of the diversity, the genetic makeup. While we have the diversity now, the advantage is this. A condition can arise that favors one type, but does not favor the other type. So if the type that is not cannot survive, the other one is going to survive. But if it is the same and the condition arises that is going to disfavor both, then they are going to perish. So we need to have diverse organisms for their survival in the changing times, especially the climate change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daktari, for that very elaborate answer. I like the way he presents his issue so simply that even the person who is not in the field can be able to understand. So at least he's saying that if we have more heterozygous individuals, the population can survive in instances of adverse conditions. But if it is more heterozygous, but if it is more homozygous, the population cannot be able to survive when the conditions are unfavorable. So I think Daktari here in his study, he showed that there were more, the genetic diversity was low. So maybe there was more homozygosity than heterozygosity. Thank you so much for that very scientific study, Daktari. So in the meantime, yeah, we can still very patiently wait for this presentation, the Kiswahili presentation by Mutegi David Misheni. So we are waiting for that presentation by Mutegi David Misheni. Then kindly ask, because we have Dr. Mariciano around, he's able to answer most of the questions that you're having, and he's very vast in genetics. So whichever the questions in genetics that you would be having, you can ask so that Daktari here can be able to respond. So if you are on Zoom, there's a way you can raise up your hand so that you can be unmuted and then you speak. Or rather, you can share on the chat. Yeah, you can put your question on the chat so that Daktari here is going to enrich our genetics, yeah, as we grow towards him. So kindly ask your questions about genetic diversity of Somali ostrich in Samburu, Kenya, as reviewed by microsatellite markers. Yeah, you can ask to Dr. Marisia Meguna Mutiga. He's here with us. He'll be able to answer any questions. So kindly be vigilant to see whether there are any questions on the charts. If there are any hands raised up. And then of course, our rapporteur, if you have any questions, or maybe any clarification, you can ask Daktari here to elaborate. So we are brainstorming genetic diversity of Somali ostrich as we wait for the Kiswahili presentation here by Mutegi David Misheni. So any questions to Dr. Marisiano, genetic diversity, as we get to our very last presentation, ubainishaji wa mfumo ya ujianishaji ya Wameru, uchunguzi tarafani Mwimbi katika jimbo la Tharaka Nithi, Kenya, by Mutegi David Misheni.
I can now start presenting. Jina langu ni David Misheni Mutegi kutoka chuo kishirikishi cha Tharaka. Wasilisho langu ni juu ya ubainishaji wa mifumo ya ujinaishaji ya Wameru, uchunguzi tarafani Mwembe katika jimbo la Tharaka Nithi, Kenya. Utangulizi. Ni jambo la kawaida kwa kila mja kuwa na jina linalomtambulisha. Tukio la kumpa mtoto jina huwa muhimu sana katika jamii nyingi ulimwenguni. Jina humpa mtoto utambulisho kamili katika jamii. Kulingana na katiba mpya ya Kenya mwaka 2010 kipengele cha 13 kuhusu haki za watoto, mtoto ana haki ya kuwa na jina na utaifa pindi tu anapozaliwa. Swala la utafiti. Utafiti mwingi umefanywa kuhusu ujinaishaji wa watu, lakini kulingana na uelewa wa mtafiti, hakuna utafiti wowote umewahi kufanywa kufikia sasa kubainisha wazi mifumo ya ujinaishaji ya Wameru. Utafiti huu kwa hivyo ulichunguza mifumo mbalimbali ya ujinaishaji ya Wameru, mfano wa tarafa ya Mwembe katika jimbo dogo la Tharaka Nithi nchini Kenya. Lengo la utafiti. Utafiti huu ulilenga kubainisha mifumo ya ujinaishaji ya Wameru. Maswali ya utafiti. Uchunguzi huu ulitoa majibu kwa swali hili la utafiti: Wameru huzingatia mifumo gani katika ujinaishaji wa watoto? Msingi wa nadharia. Utafiti uliongozwa na nadharia ya uchanganuzi hakiki usemi na matini, na hasa ulizingatia mtazamo usemi kihistoria wa Ruth Wodak. Mbinu za utafiti. Muundo wa utafiti. Uchunguzi ulifanywa kwa kutembelea wahojiwa na kuwahoji kuhusu asili ya majina yao, maana na mielekeo yao kuyahusu. Maswali yenye muundo yalitumiwa, ambapo kila mhojiwa aliuliza swali lile lile lililoulizwa wengine. Ukusanyaji wa data. Mbinu ya mahojiano ya ana kwa ana ilitumiwa katika kukusanya data. Majibu yalirekodiwa kwa video na katika kitabu cha nyanjani kwa uchanganuzi wa baadaye. Uchanganuzi wa data. Muundo wa kimaelezo ulitumiwa kuchanganulia data. Maelezo yalitolewa kulingana na madhumuni ya utafiti na mbinu za ukusanyaji wa data. Mtafiti alitoa muhtasari wa matokeo kwa kuorodhesha majibu ya majadiliano baada ya kupitia data iliyokusanywa na kuona ujumbe muhimu kuhusu mada ya utafiti. Mifumo ya ujinaishaji. Ujinaishaji ulizingatia: moja, sifa bia za mchagu au za mtoto kama kazi aliyofanya, kwa mfano ukulima, mvulana aliitwa Keremi naye msichana akaitwa Karemi. Iwapo alikuwa anafanya kazi ya ufugaji, mvulana aliitwa Mutugi naye msichana akaitwa Gatugi. Sifa ya kupenda vitu au hali fulani kupindukia, kwa mfano kunywa, mvulana aliitwa Kinywa naye msichana akaitwa Kanywa. Hali ya kutembea sana, mvulana aliitwa Mtembei naye msichana akaitwa Kagendi. Sifa za kimaumbile, kwa mfano udogo, msichana aliitwa Kanini. Iwapo alikuwa mwembamba, mvulana aliitwa Mcheke. Kama alikuwa na sifa ya weusi, aliitwa Kairu, na iwapo alikuwa mweupe, aliitwa Gatune msichana na Mutune mvulana. Sifa ya kishujaa, kwa mfano aliyetangulia kutahiriwa aliitwa Mwambia, na aliyetahiriwa akiwa wa mwisho akaitwa Kirigia. Aliyekuwa mvumilivu aliitwa Kajiomia, huyo alikuwa ni msichana. Na sifa ya mahali pa kuzaliwa au pa kuishi, aliyeishi upande wa mashariki aliitwa Gaiti, huyo ni msichana. Upande wa magharibi akaitwa Ruguru na kusini akaitwa Umodho. Sifa ya hali au majaliwa ya mtoto: kufa kwa watoto waliotangulia, mtoto aliyezaliwa angejinaishwa jina Kagona, Kanyamo au Ndagara ikiwa ni mvulana, ili kuzubaisha mizimu isije ikamchukua. Aliyeanguka kutoka mikononi mwa mkunga pia aliweza kupewa jina Kagwanku, kumaanisha alianguka pu. Sifa ya kusafiri katika miji au mahali maalum: kuna vijana ambao waliweza kusafiri katika eneo mbalimbali nchini Kenya kutafuta kazi. Iwapo wangeenda mjini Nairobi kwa mfano, wanaporejea mmoja wao angeweza kuitwa mtu wa Nairobi. Kama walienda mjini Thika, aliweza kuitwa mtu wa Thika, na kama alienda mjini Maragwa angeitwa mtu wa Ragwa. Kuna mfumo wa kutumia majina ya ukoo. Mfumo mwingine wa kujinaisha watoto ulikuwa wa kutumia majina ya ukoo. Kulingana nao, kulikuwa na koo tatu asili za Wameru, mathalan Njiru, Njeru na Ntune. Koo zingine zote zilitokana na hizo tatu. Kwa mfano, jina Mkwanjeru ambalo ni la mwanamke lilipewa mtoto ambaye somo wake ama Ntaguye kwa jina la Kimeru aliolewa na mume ambaye aliitwa Njeru kutokana na ukoo wa asili ya Njeru waliofika mchana ukiwa na mwangaza wa jua, kwa maana jua lilikuwa naitwa Njeru. Watoto wanaozaliwa siku hizi hawapewi jina hili kwa sababu linachukuliwa kuwa ni la kale lililopitwa na wakati. Majina mengine ambayo yalikuwa yanatokana na ukoo ni kama vile Mkwanjiro, Mkwanjoe, Ethiru, Mkwarama na Mkwairo. Kuna majina mengine mengi ambayo yalitokana na mfumo huo. Mfumo mwingine wa kutumia majina ulikuwa wa Nyoni. Nyoni ni jina la Kimeru, lakini linarejelea mfumo wa kujitambulisha wa mtu binafsi aliyotumia kujipa jina la utambulisho. Mifano ya majina kama hayo yaliyotokana na Nyoni ni kama vile Njage ambaye alikuwa ni mwanamume, naye mwanamke akaitwa Mkwanjage. Ilimaanisha yule ambaye alipewa jina kutokana naye, ambaye kwa Wameru anaitwa Ntagu, alijulikana kwa jina Njage ambalo lilikuwa la Nyoni, yaani alipenda sana kujitambulisha kwa jina hilo la Nyoni. Kuna jina lingine ambalo ni Dadi ambalo ni la mwanamume na Mkwa Dadi, kwa maana kuwa Ntagu ya mtoto yule alikuwa akiitwa Dadi ambalo lilikuwa la Nyoni. Mfumo mwingine ambao ulitumiwa na Wameru katika kujinaisha watoto ulikuwa wa kutumia majina ya rika. Majina ya rika kwa Wameru rejelewa kama nduki, nduki ama nduke. Wameru walikuwa na majina ya nduki ama rika, na nduki au rika ni ruwaza ya kutambulisha umri wa watu kulingana na nyakati mbalimbali za upashwaji tohara. Nduki moja ilijumuisha wapashwa tohara wa awamu 3 kila moja, ikiwa na jina lake la kujitambulisha na kisha kuchukua jina la nduki mojawapo hasa ya kwanza ilikuwa ikisimamia zingine. Kuna majina ya nduki ambayo ni mengi, kwa mfano jina Ragu, jina Kaboria, jina Kadenya, lakini babu ya mpito wa wakati wa kufikia sasa majina hayo ya nduki hayapeani. Kufikia sasa tumeweza kuonyesha mifumo ya ujinaishaji ya Wameru, na kwa muhtasari ama katika hitimisho, utafiti ulibainisha kuwa ujinaishaji wa Wameru uliongozwa na vipengele 4 mahususi. Kwa mfano, tukataja sifa bia za ntagu au za yule ambaye mtoto amepewa jina kutokana naye. Pia kuna mfumo wa matumizi ya majina ya ukoo, kuna matumizi ya majina ya rika, na vilevile kuna majina ambayo yalitokana na mfumo wa nyoni. Mapendekezo. Utafiti huu ulishughulikia mifumo ya ujinaishaji ya Wameru. Inapendekezwa kuwa watafiti wengine waweze kushughulikia swala la mofolojia na fonolojia ya majina katika jamii hii. Kufikia pale, ningesema shukrani sana kwa kunisikiliza. Asanteni. Oh, I'm now through with the presentation.
Yeah, that was our last presenter. Thank you very much. We can appreciate him. We can appreciate Mr. Mutegi David Mishani. So one question for Mishani. Yeah, why the naming of the giving of names to children? Giving of names to children. For example, I captured the name Dagara. You say that it's a name that is given after the other children have died. So what was the essence of giving that name? Does it enhance any survival for the incoming child? Or what was the major reason as to why such names were given to the children who are coming after others died? Is he around?
He's really straining to, you can maybe increase your voice, dog.
Oh, I'm asking. I captured one name. The name was Ngagara. It was given to children who follow others who died. So my question is, what was the essence of such naming? Was it to enhance survival rates for the children who are incoming?
David, can you hear us? Licheni? Can you hear us?
He can put on the chat.
Yeah, you can answer on the chat.
And present the question.
Hello, David. Yes, can you hear us?
Okay, Michelle David. Yeah, the question was these names that come after children are born who follow others that died. Is that naming of any significance, especially to the survival of the incoming child? Kindly unmute David Misheni. Unmute so that you can talk. Yes.
Naam, asante. Naeleza kuwa kulingana na imani ya Wameru hasa wa sehemu hiyo ya Mwimbe, waliweza kuamini kuwa mtoto akizaliwa alafu afe, mwingine azaliwe alafu afe pia, na kwa mfuatano huo ilimaanisha kuwa kuna jambo ambalo lilikuwa linasababisha kufa kwa wale watoto, na waliweza kuamini kuwa kuna mizimu ambayo ilikuwa inawachukua wale watoto wanapokufa, hasa kwa sababu ya jina ambalo wamepewa. Kwa hivyo waliamini kuwa iwapo watawapa watoto jina jingine ama jina lingine la binadamu, mizimu wale wangeweza kuja na kuwachukua wale watoto tena kwa kuwaua. Kwa hivyo waliamua kuwapa majina ya vitu ama ya hali fulani ambayo si majina ya binadamu, kama vile ndagara ni majani makavu tu ambayo hayana thamani. Au kwa hivyo mtoto anapopewa jina ndagara inamaanisha kuwa ni jina la vitu, majani makavu ambayo yametupwa tu, ambayo hayana thamani. Kwa hivyo hakuna mizimu ingekuja kumchukua. Vile vile jina kama Kanyamu ni mnyama. Kanyamu ni jina la mnyama, yaani jina la kijumla la mnyama, au Kinyamu ikiwapo angekuwa mvulana, na hata majina mengine ya wanyama kama vile Kaguna ama Iguna ikiwa ni mvulana, ama Kiruki. Hayo ni baadhi ya majina ambayo watoto walipewa ambayo yalikuwa ni ya wanyama, ili mizimu ambayo ingeweza kuwachukua wakiwa baada ya kuzaliwa iweze kuzubaishwa. Kwa hivyo kama mizimu itakuja itakuta yule mtoto haitwi kwa jina la binadamu, kwa hivyo atakuwa amenusurika. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa ni njia tu ya kujiepusha kutokana na kupoteza watoto. Asante.
Oh, thank you so much, Mutegi David, for that elaborate answer. Yeah, so we are moving to the next session, where the chair.
Yes.
Now, if there isn't, we'll go to our next presentation that is done by Fiona Muleke, and this is on ethical leadership on employee well-being in Kenyan airline industry. Welcome, Fiona Muleke.
My name is Fiona, and I'm going to present a paper on ethical leadership and employee well-being in Kenyan airline industry. Introduction: poor leadership, how to reach poor employee well-being in the Kenyan airline.
Disparity can be attributed to land ownership, as majority of women in Masai Mara ecosystem do not own land. And the gender of the informants, that is the rangers who participated in the study, were 16, 2 were women and 14 were men. And this can be represented as 12.5% women and 87.5% men. And the analysis that was found using the questions that were asked and how they were analyzed, the participants were asked to list the forms of ecosystem destruction in Masai Mara conservancies and citing the major actors. And those ecosystem destructions that were cited by the participants were cultivating the vegetable gardens, which was reported at 13% as a purely women activity. Then cattle grazing was reported at 13% as also a major activity by women. Cooking hunted game meat was reported by 9% as a women activity. Charcoal selling in the conservancies was reported by 30% as a women activity, while wildlife trophy trade was reported by 4% as both men and women activity. Cutting trees for firewood was reported by 22% as majorly a men activity. Hunting wild game was reported by 4% as a major men activity, while maize cultivation was reported by 13% as an activity that was carried out by both men and women. So
Thank you very much for that good presentation, Mercy Joy. So I think we can appreciate her with a clap for that presentation about the big role men play in establishing the wildlife ecosystem. So now we still have how many minutes? Still have another eight minutes. I don't know if anybody has got a question which can be able to respond to. Anybody with a question?
From the chat.
From the chat. Yeah, I think I have one here, which I can read to the audience. Now, this is by Miriam. Is it from the chat? It's from Miriam Webulu. In general, she's asking, in general, is it men or women who are responsible for ecosystem destruction? Yeah, maybe Mercy Joy, you can respond to that in the meantime. Are you with us, Mercy Joy?
Mercy Joy is not in the chat.
She's not there. Yeah, maybe she'll be able to respond to it later on. But I think men, they usually play a key role in the destruction of the environment, even from the statistics which she has shown. They play a key role. Although women also can be playing a role silently, because like I saw that when it comes to cutting of the trees, the women, the number, the proportion of women participating in cutting of trees was lower. Was it 22%? But when it comes to selling the charcoal, now the women, it was 33%. So sometimes indirectly they come into, especially when they find that things are very nice. Eh? So anyway, I think Mercy Joy will be able to respond to that. Any other question? If not, then we can move ahead. Yeah, we can move ahead and go to the next presentation. The one which was scheduled next, that is effects of goat manure-based vermicompost on growth and yield of garlic by Bichaba Vincent and Makini Muraya. I think it's not available. Yeah, maybe what we'll do is if they be able to prepare, then we may be able later on to include it in our proceedings. So let them go ahead and still prepare the final paper, which we can include in our proceedings. So we'll move to the next presentation by Linus Mugendi Ireri, and the title is The Effectiveness of Adaptation Strategies Employed by Mixed Farmers Against Perceived Climatic Risks in Embu East Sub-County, Kenya. So we welcome Linus Mugendi to share with us what has been observed in this area. Climate change is now the key thing. We should come out with strategies of trying to overcome this climate change if we have to survive as human beings on this globe. So welcome, Linus.
The title of my presentation is The Effectiveness of Adaptation Strategies Employed by Mixed Farmers Against Perceived Climatic Risks in Embu East Sub-County, Kenya, presented by Ireri Linus Mugendi. Welcome. Introduction. Climate change has had observable effects on the environment, which includes drought, increase in aridity, and France, as reported by IPCC 2014. Many researches have been done, particularly in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. And in this region, agriculture is a key economic activity and a major source of employment. Currently, more than 20% of the world poor people live in rural areas, and agricultural practices are their source of income. This implies that increased climatic variability exacerbates the production risk and it challenges farmers' adaptation capacity. The World Bank reports by 2010, 78% of the extreme poor were to be living in rural areas. The rural poor are more likely to rely on agriculture than other rural households. Therefore, they are highly prone to climate variability and change. So climate change is considered the greatest threat to agriculture and food security in the 21st century, particularly in many of the developing agricultural countries of sub-Saharan Africa with low capacity to effectively cope. Climate adaptation research has its focus on the impact of climate change on various sectors of our economy. So when it comes to statement of the problems, locals are unable to meet their food demands, usually attributed to erratic rainfall. Farmers in Embu East sub-county employed off-farms adaptation strategies like soil and water conservation, conservation agriculture, mulching, tree planting, and agroforestry, change of crop varieties, and planting early maturing crops to cope with climate actions that affect agricultural production and food security. However, the adaptive technologies employed to mitigate the impact of climate change have not yielded much in boosting food production in the study area. Therefore, the research filled the gap by finding out the effectiveness of the adaptive technologies to climate change employed by mixed farmers in Embu East sub-county. The objective of the study was to determine the effectiveness of climate adaptation technologies employed by mixed farmers against perceived risks in Embu East sub-county. Methodology. The study employed a descriptive survey design to determine the effectiveness of adaptation strategies employed by farmers against perceived climatic risk in Embu East sub-county. The target population constituted of 30,000 farming families in Embu East sub-county, while accessible population for the study was 3,742 respondents. Multi-stage random sampling techniques was used to come up with a total sample of 376 subjects, which composed of 374 hens of farming household and 2 field agricultural officers. Through purposive sampling of 5 different sectors were selected. That is, Ministry of Agriculture, Water Resource Management Authority, Ministry of Water and Irrigation, and the Ministry of Livestock. Structured questionnaires were used to collect the data from the respondent. Data was analyzed using descriptive methods. The findings. The results indicate that that is 65.5% of the respondents interviewed indicating that the use of diversification of crop was effective in coping with climatic risks, while 71.9% of the household indicating that use of irrigation technology was not effective in the locality. 68.8% of the respondent indicated that soil conservation measures were very effective while dealing with climatic threats, while use of agroforestry was very effective at 40.6% and effective at 59.4%. So agroforestry stood out as one of the most effective adaptation technologies used by the local farmers. Use of hybrid seeds was not effective at 50.3% in coping with climatic shocks. So it is important to note that farmers may have hybrid seeds, but then if other factors are not considered, then the seeds may not produce as expected. Conservation tillage was effective at 76.2%, while water conservation or water harvesting was effective at 77.9%. And planting drought-resistant crops was effective at 80.9% while dealing with climatic risk. Conclusion: in Embu East Sub-County, adaptive capacity is reflected in 2 growing seasons, that is March, April, and May, and October, November, and December cropping system. Agroforestry and promotion of water and soil conservation techniques were widely used in the locality. The adaptation strategies adopted by farmers against perceived risks were soil conservation measures, crop diversification, agroforestry, and diversification from farming to non-farming activities. Most of the interviewed respondents indicated that diversification of crop was effective, while most respondents indicated that soil conservation measures were effective in dealing with climate shocks. Agroforestry was very effective and effective, while irrigation was least effective adaptation technologies. Recommendation. The study further established that households engage in more than one livelihood strategy, but the main ones are mixed crop farming and livestock, and both are very sensitive to climate variability, which has led to reduction in food and animal production. Therefore, there is need to scale up agricultural adaptation like rainwater harvesting and initiating small-scale irrigation projects to reduce dependency on rain-fed agriculture and enhance resilience to climate variability. Livelihood enhancement programs should take cognizance of development of market for agricultural, livestock, and also source of fuel for domestic use as an alternative measures to climate variability. Thank you, and God bless you.
How many minutes? Maybe 5 minutes. So maybe I'll open up. If anybody has got a question, you can ask Linus so that he will be able to respond to it. Is he with us? Linus?
Linus, let me check Linus, I think he's not in the room.
Yeah. So maybe anybody who has a question, maybe we can respond to it later on. Yeah, one here. Now there is a question here. You said that from Miriam Mukuru, you said that soil conservation measures were the best methods to curb climate change. Which specific measures were employed in your study? So she would like to know the really specific measures which were employed in the study. So I think
Prof, you can repeat so that I can capture in the chat of the others.
You said that soil conservation measures were the best methods to curb climate change. That is full stop. Which specific measures were employed in your study? Maybe another one. I can ask one. Yeah, you're through? Yeah. So mine is about irrigation. I think it was indicated that irrigation was not effective. Irrigation methods were not effective. Now, what I'm worried about is maybe the way, I'm worried maybe the way you put this question to the respondents. So maybe you can briefly elaborate on how you capture the information from the respondent, so that maybe the people are not clear of what they were responding to, so that they were not clear of what they were responding to. Anybody else with a question on the chat? Nothing? Yeah. So otherwise, thank you very much. We'll continue sharing the questions even in the final session. If someone else will have a question, you are still welcome to ask it at that particular time. So thank you very much, Linus, for the presentation. So I think we'll move next to Karaoke, CM. His presentation is on direct and material bracket covariance components and genetic parameters for growth traits of Dopa sheep in semi-arid Kenya. So is it ready? Page 11. It's not there. So I'm told that
we can have a commercial break so that we can, by 12:30, we move, 12:45, we move to the next Mbaka.
Sorry. So thank you very much. I think the paper is not there, so we'll have a commercial break, and so that we meet by 12:30. to continue. Thank you very much.
Mbariki nenda mwambie akuya Mungu vile kuinua watu vile kubariki nenda usifike nyumbani kazini uende na Mungu usishindwe kitu nenda usifike usifike
wimbo sema na yule we rafiki wa wote, una ubaguzi wimbo nenda wimbo kwenye gari wambie, ofisini kazini nyumbani popote wimbo nenda wimbo. Neno la Bwana Mungu wetu likitamka juu ya kitu halitarudi bila kitu, lazima litimie. Umeomba kitu kwa Mungu, huyu ndiye Mungu wa vitu, kupata na kukosa vitu, mwamuzi bado yeye.
Asante kwa baraka za upendo wako, najifunza wabariki, wapatie na wengine. Asante kwa baraka za maisha yangu, najifunza wanipenda, nishe na wengine Bwana.
Na kutuma wimbo uende kwa yule ukambariki nenda mwambie akuya Mungu vile kuinua watu vile kubariki nenda usifike nyumbani kazini uende na Mungu usishindwe kitu nenda.
Wengine tuwakisifia wimbo kuisi wanapona, wambie mazuri ya Mungu wimbo wimbo. Wengine tuwakisifia wimbo kuisi wanapona, nenda popate wimbo nenda wimbo
na kutuma wimbo uende kwa yule ukambariki nenda
mwambie
makuu ya Mungu vile kuinua watu vile kubariki watu nenda
ufike
nyumbani kazini
wimbo
uende na Mungu
nenda wimbo
usishindwe kitu nenda na kutuma
wimbo
uende kwa yule ukambariki nenda
mwambie
makuu ya Mungu vile kuinua watu vile kubariki nenda
ufike
nyumbani kazini
wimbo
uende na Mungu
nenda wimbo
usishindwe kitu nenda.
City Sounds Production.
Wamwendea Yesu kwa kusafiwa na kuoshwa kwa damu ya kondoo. Cha neema yake umemwagiwa, umeoshwa kwa damu ya kondoo. Kuoshwa kwa damu ya itutakasayo
kupitia wimbo ni mtete Mungu, mataifa wapate sikia mazuri ya Mungu, vile ni mwema kwetu.
Sisi ni bure bila Mungu, tulivyo navyo ni vya Mungu, kufanikiwa ni Mungu tu, mtabaki na Mungu. Nadhani wamwelewa Mungu, si Mungu wa kushindwa kitu, kwa wengi amefanya kitu na sasa wanasifu.
Asante kwa baraka za upendo wako, najifunza wabariki, wapatie na wengine. Asante kwa baraka za maisha yangu, najifunza wanipenda, nishe na wengine Bwana.
Na kutuma wimbo uende kwa yule ukambariki, nenda
mwambie
makuu ya Mungu, vile kuinua watu, vile kubariki, nenda
ufike
nyumbani, kazini, uende na Mungu, usishindwe kitu, nenda
ufike
Wimbo sema na yule, we rafiki wa wote, una upaguzi wimbo, nenda wimbo, kwenye gari wambie, ofisini, kazini, nyumbani, popote wimbo, nenda wimbo. Neno la Bwana Mungu wetu likitamka juu ya kitu, halitarudi bila kitu, lazima litimie. Umeomba kitu kwa Mungu, huyu ndiye Mungu wa vitu, kupata na kukosa vitu, mwamuzi bado yeye.
Asante kwa baraka za upendo wako, najifunza wabariki, wapatie na wengine. Asante kwa baraka za maisha yangu, najifunza wanipenda, nishe na wengine Bwana.
Na kutuma wimbo uende kwa yule ukambariki, nenda
mwambie
makuu ya Mungu, vile kuinua watu, vile kubariki, nenda
ufike
nyumbani, kazini, uende na Mungu, usishindwe kitu, nenda.
Wengine tuwakisikia wimbo kuisi wanapona, wambie mazuri ya Mungu, wimbo wimbo. Wengine tuwakisikia wimbo kuisi wanapona, nenda popote wimbo, nenda wimbo,
na kutuma wimbo uende kwa yule ukambariki, nenda
mwambie
makuu ya Mungu, vile kuinua watu, vile kubariki watu, nenda
ufike
nyumbani, kazini,
wimbo
uende na Mungu,
nenda wimbo,
usishindwe kitu, nenda na kutuma
wimbo
uende kwa yule ukambariki, nenda
mwambie
makuu ya Mungu, vile kuinua watu, vile kubariki, nenda
ufike
nyumbani, kazini,
wimbo
uende na Mungu,
nenda wimbo,
usishindwe kitu, nenda.
the continuation of the presentations. So we are moving to the presentation by Mbaka and Luku. And the title of the presentation is Response of Soil Fertility under Green Grounds to Rhizobium and Rock Phosphate Fertilizer application in Tharaka County. So let me take the opportunity to welcome the presenter for this paper. So welcome.
Cost of fertilizers and their impact on the environment have necessitated the search for alternative sources of soil fertility management. Biological nitrogen fixation in legumes can reduce or eliminate farmer need for inorganic fertilizer. Green gram can approximately fix 30 to 251 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year. The rate of nitrogen fixation varies considerably with the type of legume, cultivar, presence of appropriate rhizobia, and other soil variables. Symbiotic nitrogen fixation has high phosphorus demands, and energy-generating metabolism strongly depends upon availability of phosphorus. In most soils, in arid and semi-arid lands, including parts of Tharaka County, they have a low extractable phosphorus. Variability in response to rhizobium inoculation among different legume varieties hinder nitrogen fixation efficiency. Methodology, site description. The study was carried out at Chuka University Horticultural Research and Demonstration Field in between December to January 2020 and February to April 2020. The site is situated at latitude 0.3195 degrees south, longitude 37, with an altitude of 1,401 meters above local sea level and agroecological zone 3. The average annual temperature is 20.8 degrees Celsius. Annual rainfall is 1,599 millimeters distributed by model. The soils are classified as unique nitrate soils of volcanic origin with basic and intravasic igneous rocks, which are highly leached. Yes, next slide. Next slide. Experimental design. A factorial experimental of 2 by 2 by 2 complete block design There were 3 factors. Varieties, that is nylon, N26, AS20, Minjingu rock phosphate, and rhizodium inoculant, making a total of 8 treatments. Each plot measured 1.5 times 1.8 meters, with spacing of 45 between rows and 15 centimeters between plants, making a population of 149 plants per hectare. There were 4 rows each with 10 plants, translating to 40 plants per experimental plot. The guard rows and blocks measured 0.5 meters. Next, please. Land was cleared using a hanger and a slasher. Primary cultivation was done using a jembe. The secondary cultivation followed to break the soil clods to a fine tilt. In the first cultivation, land was divided into 3 blocks and each divided into 8 plots, making 24 small plots, each measuring 1.5 by 1.8 meters. Before planting, soil sampling was done to a depth of 0 to 20 centimeters using a soil auger. A soil sample in each plot from 5 points was collected using a W sampling design, and the soil composited to collect one homogeneous sample of 500 grams packed independently into a sterile bag for lab analysis. Soil samples were air dried and sealed through a 2 mm diameter sieve for chemical analysis. Soil analysis was done at the Soil Science Labs, Tharaka campus, University of Nairobi. Land process and planting of green grams. The 2 green gram varieties, KS20 and N26, were purchased from Single Seeds Company, Nairobi. The Brafix commercial inoculant for green gram was procured from Maya Company Limited, Nairobi. Seeds requiring the rhizodium inoculant were prepared by first wetting the seeds with warm water, then coating them with a filter mud containing inoculum using gum arabica supplied with the inoculant. The inoculated seeds were planted first in both cultivations. Rock phosphate fertilizer was supplied at the rate of 30 kilograms per hectare and as per the treatment arrangement. 2 seeds per hill were planted at a spacing of 45 centimeters between rows and 15 centimeters between plants at a depth of 3 centimeters and followed by light compaction to enhance seed soil contact. Next. The 2 green gram.
It's okay. Next slide.
Data collection. Soil pH using glass data in a 1 to 2.5 suspension of soil in water and 0.01 molar calcium chloride solution in all cases after shaking for 30 minutes. Total nitrogen using the semi-macro gel method. Total organic carbon using the modified block clay and black procedure by Nelson Swammer. Available phosphorus was estimated by shaking the soil solution for 30 minutes at 1:10 ratio with double acid. The exchangeable cations were determined by 1 molar ammonium acetate method. The amount of fixed nitrogen in the soil was calculated by subtracting nitrogen content in treated plots from that of control plots.
Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Statistical analysis. Data was analyzed using GenStat, 15th edition. Data collected were subjected to analysis by ANOVA and GenStat. Significant means were separated using least significant difference at a probability of 5%.
Next slide. Next slide.
The results and discussion. Interactive effects of rhizobium, rock phosphate and green gram varieties on soil fertility variables. At the end of the experiment, in both cultivations, there were significant changes in the tested soil fertility variables. Combined application of rhizobium inoculant plus rock phosphate recorded significantly higher soil fertility variables than single application of the treatments and controls. However, variety KS20 recorded significantly higher soil pH, phosphorus, potassium, TOC, and fixed nitrogen over variety M26 for the two cultivations. Also, single application of rock phosphate and rhizobium resulted to significantly slightly higher soil pH, phosphorus, potassium, exchangeable cations, and fixed nitrogen. The controls recorded least amount of soil fertility variables, which were statistically similar between KS20 and N26 for both cultivations.
Next slide, please.
So that was data for soil pH, total nitrogen, total organic carbon, available phosphorus, fixed nitrogen, exchangeable cations, and potassium under different treatments at the end of the experiment.
And then the next slide.
Conclusion. Results show that synergetic effect of rhizobium inoculant and phosphorus fertilizer application on soil fertility variables were more pronounced than single application of rhizobium inoculant or phosphorus fertilizer. Despite the promiscuous state of KS20 and N26 varieties, they also need inoculation or P, phosphorus fertilizer application, but both for higher yields. Selection of efficient green gram variety that is responsible to inoculant rhizobium strains from the basis for increased green gram ENF, which directly improve the soil fertility status sustainably. Farmers should put extra efforts in farming practices that stimulate symbiotic effectiveness and improve soil productivity, including rhizobium inoculation. From this research, KS20 and N26 varieties showed significant difference due to rhizobium and rock phosphate application. Variety KS20 was superior to N26 in soil fertility variables.
Next slide. Next slide, please.
So recommendations: combine the application of rhizobium inoculum at 100 gram per hectare rock phosphate fertilizer at 30 kilogram per hectare, and KS20 variety have greater improvement on soil fertility variables over N26 variety and single application of the treatments and controls.
Next slide.
That is the end.
Yeah, thank you very much. So can we appreciate the presenter by applause? So thank you very much for that presentation. We then open it for any response questions. Anybody who has a question would like to put across? So we have one question here. What does it mean? Promiscuous states of KS, promiscuous states of KS20 and the N26 varieties. Please, can you explain to the audience what you mean by that? Are they with us?
There's a term used, promiscuous. Promiscuous N20 and promiscuous K20 and
N26
varieties.
Are they with us?
Capturing the chart and see.
Any other as they check. Any other question?
Applicability of rhizobium inoculant, is it applicable? Because in some areas it is seen to chop plants. How did she find it?
So the other question is how applicable is rhizobium inoculant?
Yeah.
So maybe you can also comment on that. They are not there.
Baka is not there, but we have quite a number of audience in the Zoom room.
Yeah.
So, Baka is not in.
What about Nduku?
Nduku. Abuchi.
We have different audience here. We have Stephen, Linus, James, Gladys, Tony. These presenters of this paper are not in.
They are not in. Yeah, so I think they are not there. Maybe the questions they can respond to them later on before we finally close tomorrow. So I think we can move then to the next presentation, which is machine learning as a tool for integrating routine data to enhanced outcome interventions in dryland farming by Alexander Njoroge. I think this is now the direction we are moving. We are already in this age whereby we are saying that we are no longer doing things manually. We have reached a stage whereby most of the activities are going to be carried out by machines in form of robots. So I think Njoroge, you can play the name so that, can we welcome with a word of applause?
My name is Alexander Muridhi Njoroge, presenting a paper on a literature review on leveraging machine learning in smart farming for soil properties prediction. The theme is the role of science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship in sustainable development, and sub-theme is environment and food security for sustainable development. My presentation outline is as indicated below. I will start with the introduction, then I'll check some of the key concepts. I'll highlight the objectives, followed by methodology, and later I'll discuss the results and discussion, and finally conclusion, which I'm going to look at it in two parts, whereby part one include discussion and part B include future work. On introduction, for comprehensive achievement of smart farming, researchers have been, number one, analyzing the challenges of various machine learning methods used for soil properties prediction. Number two, after analyzing these challenges, they evaluate the prediction algorithms and identify their challenges. Number three, based on those challenges, they come up or they propose solutions to these algorithm shortcomings to address a growing number and complexity of smart farming challenges. The study aimed at gaining insights into the undertaken studies related to the application of machine learning in smart farming for soil properties prediction. Still on that note, in the literature, The machine learning techniques applied to soil properties prediction in smart farming include: number one, classical machine learning like artificial neural network, naive Bayes, classification and regression trees, k-nearest neighbor, random forest, and support vector machine. The other technique applied is deep learning, which is a type of machine learning essentially used for function approximation, classification, and prediction. The study aims to do the following. Number one, analyze and discuss the features of the above existing machine learning techniques. Number two, after analyzing, we identify the gaps in one of the preferred techniques, whereby the preferred techniques is going to be arrived at after evaluating all the various alternatives. And then number three, present open problems that need to be solved, which may inform future direction. The core concepts include number one, we have smart farming, whereby it's an improvement that highlights adoption of ICT in cyber-physical farm management, whereby advanced integration of data analytics and artificial intelligence in farming facilitates proper collection, analysis, and management of huge amount of previously ignored data, enhancing better decision making. On the other note, we have key concept machine learning, which is a situation where programming computers is done to optimize performance criterion using examples or past experience. It involves artificial intelligence, whereby to be intelligent, systems in dynamic environment should be able to learn. They are widely used in undertaking various roles such as regression, classification, and others. Study objective and research question. The study objective is to analyze gaps in the preferred technique used in soil properties prediction and access solution to address them. Number two, the research question is, number one, what kind of machine learning techniques are being applied on smart farming? Then, what are the key features of these adopted machine learning techniques, as earlier indicated above, but maybe a quick is ANN, Bayes, CAT, convolutional neural network, random forest, and SVM. How have these machine learning techniques be used in smart farming? It's going to be one of the critical things that is supposed to be evaluated. The methodology adapted for this study is Kitchenman and Charter 207, whereby we use a systematic literature review methodology, which aims at identifying, evaluating, and interpreting all available research relevant to a particular research question or topic area or phenomena of interest. Our main source of information is online databases, which mainly focuses on scientific scope. An example include IEEE, we have Science Direct, we have ACM Digital Library, and Willy Online Library. We focused on papers or research done between 2015 and 2020, and relevant papers were mined from references of selected papers and from papers citing those identified papers, mostly using either backward or forward snowballing. The query used to enhance search was searching the keyword smart farming and machine learning or data analytics. After undertaking the search, further exclusion criteria was applied and inclusion criteria, whereby exclusion criteria, we eliminated papers which were not focusing on smart farming or maybe machine learning. Inclusion criteria, we focus on most of the paper which were able to achieve the above search. Results and discussion. Based on research question number one, what kind of machine learning techniques are being applied on smart farming? Here, Machine learning are broadly categorized based on learning signal of the system being trained, where we have two type of machine learning. We have either supervised or unsupervised, whereby in supervised, the core objective is to develop a general rule whereby the data being used contain example inputs and generate corresponding outputs. The training model is used to predict the missing outputs for the test data. On the other note, on unsupervised, there is no difference between training and test set, with data being unlabeled. The learner processes input data with the goal of discovering hidden pattern. The following is illustrated in the diagram on the next page, whereby we have machine learning. It's clear it's divided into supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning, whereby in supervised learning, you can either have classification or regression tree. And then on unsupervised learning, we can either have clustering or dimensionality reduction. Results and discussion also. Here we have a typical machine learning approach, where on one side we can see training data going through machine learning algorithm, and in this case the output is classification or prediction rule, whereby new examples are able to call through, and then we have predicted outputs. Research question 2. What are the key features of these adopted machine learning techniques? Here we aim to number 1, identify key features of the adopted machine learning techniques, whereby among the adopted techniques include regression, clustering, and decision tree algorithm. Table 1 and 2 and 3 illustrate these techniques. In number 1, we have regression. Some of the examples of regression, we have linear regression. It falls under orthogonal matching pursuit. It comprises a supervised learning model, and one of its main role, it intends to give the forecast of yield variables as per the input variable which are known. The algorithm was found to be fast. Its pros is that it can turn out badly if there are extreme outliers or powerful cases. The cons for regression problem like energy efficiency services in smart farming. And then its application in smart farming is prediction of corn yield. Number 2, evaluate the natural environmental variables and their effect on crop yield. Another type of machine learning technique is clustering. Example, we have expectation maximization technique. It types. Under type, we have it's direct to comprehend and clarify. Under algorithms, it's not adaptable enough to catch complex examples. Pros, we have gesture recognition, and application in smart farming, we have crop yield prediction. Under decision, another type of machine learning algorithm, we have decision trees. Example, we have regression tree. Under type, it falls under non-parametric algorithm, whereby it's easy to interpret and explain. The best thing about it can easily overfit. It's capable of dealing with both complete data and incomplete data. And its application in smart farming is it enhances result accuracy and automates monitoring of crops. The other research question, number 3, is how have these machine learning techniques been used in smart farming? Number 1, they have been used in soil management for assessment of soil moisture content. The main focus on this was 2 machine learning methods, namely least squares support vector machine and cubistin, and they were tried on a sample of 140 wet soil samples. The study results indicated that machine learning methods have ability to tackle non-linear problems and equally in prediction of soil properties studied. So the algorithm delivered, SVM delivered the finest prediction for moisture content, whereas QB's method delivered the finest estimate for soil nitrogen. On number 2, machine learning in soil management for assessment of soil nutrient contents. In the study, 6 algorithms were studied and they were applied to define spatial downscaling model. And the observation were or are as below. Number one, random forest algorithm accomplished greater performance in soil moisture downscaling with high accuracy and robustness. Number two, naive Bayes and convolutional neural network equally confirmed encouraging abilities for soil moisture downscaling, but the robustness for these algorithms required additional improvement. And then finally, many algorithm values were acquired in the case of scaled down process involving SVM method, CAT, and ANN, signifying that they are relatively inadequate. Observation number three, or maybe application number three, we have machine learning in soil temperature forecast, whereby the study evaluated the performance of extreme learning machine and self-adaptive ELM model in comparison to artificial neural network and genetic programming models established in their study. The finding was that ELM and self-adaptive models gave good performance to estimate daily soil temperature at all depths. Nonetheless, better accuracy can be attained by self-adaptive ELM model. Then finally, we have machine learning in evaluating soil dryness estimates. The study results indicated that nearest neighbor and boosted perception algorithm achieved extremely high accuracy levels, whereby common errors attained were able to range within calculated uncertainty bounds. The figure below indicates some of the papers reviewed and or some of the areas where we have Bayesian model. We have 2, SVM we have 14, ensemble learning we have 2, artificial neural network 19, deep neural network 3, regression 2, instance-based model 1, decision tree 1, and clustering 2. On further note, from the above figures and tables, we show that machine learning models have been applied in multiple applications for crop management 61, yield prediction 20, disease detection 22. This trend in the application distribution reflects the data-intensive application with crop and high use of images. Data analysis as a mature scientific field provide ground for the development of numerous applications related to crop management because in most cases, machine learning-based prediction can be extracted without the need for fusion of data from other resources. And finally, the conclusion, from the study findings, we can conclude as follows. Number one, machine learning techniques can be applied in smart farming. Number two, each machine learning technique has unique features that can be utilized in smart farming. Number three, integrating machine learning to sensor data enables farm management system to develop into actual artificial intelligence systems, thereby generating better recommendations and insights regarding future decisions and consequent actions in terms of soil properties prediction, with the main goal to enhance production improvement. And then we have the recommendation for future work, whereby based on the scope of the study, there is more chances in future whereby there is hope for high usage of machine learning models, therefore giving capacity for more integrated and applicable tools. Then next we have, under the current situation, all methods entailing individual approaches and solutions are not well linked with the decision-making process. This is the opposite under other application domains whereby decision-making process is integrated. Number two, this integration of automated data recording, seconded by data analysis, then machine learning implementation and consequent decision-making will enhance soil properties prediction in smart farming, increasing overall production reference. On this part, we have maybe some of the references which were included in the study. Thank you.
Many openings, the way he has illustrated. So I think this is the way we should be moving towards in terms of farming. And I think also we have been having a lot of resistance from our youngsters. Anybody with the input from the chat there, and then
we can move to the next presentation. We can move to the next presentation. There's no comment in the chat.
So thank you very much for that presentation. So who is steering this?
Yeah, but what can now the chat?
Yeah, thank you, members. I'm Miriam Otukunu. I take this chance to welcome Professor Levi Musalia for his presentation, Validation of Climate Smart Forage Preference by Camel, Camelus dromedarius in Isiolo and Marsabit County, Kenya. That is our last presentation. Welcome, Prof. Yeah, kindly you can begin.
So thank you very much. I'm going to make a presentation on the validation of the climate smart forages referenced by the camels in 2 counties, Isiolo and Marsabit. Now, what I can say is that this is part of the ongoing larger project under the Climate Smart, which is entitled the Validation of Climate Smart Camel Feeds and Meat Value Chains for Improving Pastoralist Livelihoods. So here we are looking at, in the broader context, we are looking at how we can be able to improve the livelihoods of the pastoralists, maybe by better ways of feeding the camels. So this is a preliminary study. Just a moment. Sorry for the interruption. So sorry for the interruption. So my topic, the one I'm going to present, is the validation of climate smart forest preference by camels in Isiolo and Marsabit counties. Now, this is a project which is being carried out by 3 partners. We have Meru University, then we also have Kandro, Marsabit, that is the Camel Research Center, and the Tharaka, the University College. Now maybe I'll start with a short introduction. The camel, generally we know, is a multi-purpose animal, which is kept mainly in the dry areas for a number of reasons, maybe for purposes of production of meat and also transportation. In Kenya here, we are estimating the population of camels to be 2.2 2.97 million, which are capable of producing 340 to 350 million liters of milk and 10,000 tons of meat a year. This is from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, 2010. Now we find that mainly camels are found in the arid areas, and the arid and semi-arid areas, where they play the key role of food security and wealth creation in the pastoral households. Now we have the camel. That is the camel, and is the animal which can be able to survive in these regions. Those are the young ones which are still being nursed. Then now this was just to show you the importance of the camel. All these animals belong to one person. So they are about 300. So they are really very important animals for purposes of food security in the arid and semi-arid areas. That is now, in fact, what was happening there is that they were milking the animals. These are mammals. They have the same behaviors like the other mammals. It's whereby the young one is suckling. I think these are the jerrycans on the other side for the milk. Yeah, then further we also still find that camels are kept under pastoral nomadic production system, that is in the nomadic areas, which are characterized by low production inputs. There is very little they put in these animals. In most cases they just leave the animals to graze, and hard or household mobility. So this is very important. This is where nomadism comes in. They are always on the move, depending on the availability of the feed. Now, camels have evolved as browsing herbivores with the capacity to utilize high fiber feeds by retaining it in the rumen for a longer period, which means that the more they retain this high fiber diet, the more it is able to be digested. So they can be able to extract more nutrients from poor quality feeds as compared to the other ruminants like the cattle, sheep, and the goats. Now the other thing very important about these animals is that they mainly depend on the naturally available plants for all their nutritional requirements. So the nutrients which they require for movement, maintaining themselves, staying alive, and carrying out production in terms of milk and meat, it mainly comes from the natural plants. Those are the type of forages and feeds which are consumed by these animals. You can see some of them on the background there, grazing. Now we have this phenomenon of global climate change. This has become a major challenge in livestock production system, not only in livestock, in all the production systems, especially among the pastoralism. We find that camels have the potential to increase the resilience of pastoral communities to the impacts of climate variability and change. This is because of their adaptability to that given environment. So if you take a high-producing dairy animal, it will not be able to survive in those areas. So camels are uniquely adapted to hot and arid environments that are suitable for crop production. So what I can say here is that these are the animals which can enable us to utilize the potential that is available in these arid and semi-arid regions. Now, we also find that their feeding behavior is affected by season as they feed on shrubs and trees during the dry season and shift to ground grasses and forbs after substantial rainfall during the wet season. So what I mean here is that you will find that in the dry seasons, their neck will be up and be going for the browsers. But when it comes to the rainy season, when there is a lot of grass available, they now go down and start grazing. Such feeding behavior enables them to select the nutritious parts from a variety of vegetation to meet their nutrient requirements. Very important, they can be able to choose for themselves the highly nutritive parts of their feeds so that they can be able to meet their requirements. However, drought-resistant livestock as a climate adaptation strategy has received little attention. So what we mean here is that despite all this, the potential of these animals and so on, we really have neglected the animals. We have not been carrying out a lot of studies to improve on the productivity of these animals. We also find that there is limited documentation of chemoforage species, their availability and distribution. This is important because we need to know the availability of these species, their nutritive value, so that we can be able to come out with interventions that will be able to improve the productivity of the animals. So nutritional composition of grazing forages is critical in understanding livestock production, grazing management to maximize productivity. So we find that all these are important in designing suitable feeding systems for the camels. What are the objectives of the study? One is to identify forage varieties for growing and finishing camels. This is part of the bigger program, so we initially started by identifying the forages that are available before we can think of now making rations for those animals. Number two is to validate preference ranking of forages consumed by camels in the two counties. Yes, it's important for us to know which ones do they prefer, so that when it comes to also making rations, we know how to blend what is available for the animals. Then three is to determine the chemical composition of the forages. So once we have identified them, we have done the preference ranking, then also we need to know the nutritive value. Now, the methodology, we have the study sites where we have Isiolo and Marsabit. They have bimodal type of rainfall, very unpredictable, erratic in distribution. It lies below 800. Marsabit County mainly lies above 800 meters above sea level, and the rainfall usually is between 200 and 250 millimeters per annum. How do we collect the data? One was through focus group discussions with the farmers. We talked to them and tried to find out which feeds are available and so on. Then we also had a questionnaire which we administered to each 6 respondents in the area. And finally, we did a field observation of the grazing camel to verify exactly which forages are preferred by the animals. This is what we did in the focal group discussions with the farmers. We sat with them. This is the owner of all that hardware. This lady, she's the owner of that big hardware. Now, let's look at the identification of preferred forages. We observed 82 grazing camels, and this was usually between 9 to 2. This is the time when they usually release these animals from 9. So by 9 we were there, and we moved out with the animals. We did this 2 days in each county. We observed the animals for 2 days in each county. And each camel was observed for 15 minutes. And the forage species which were browsed and the time spent on each forage was recorded. So within a period of 15 minutes, we chose one camel at random, observed the forages they were consuming and for how long. So this was recorded. We used the camel others to identify the forage local names. It was difficult, we did not know them, so we had one of the local names with us. And then later on, we are still trying to match those local names with the botanical names. This is what we are doing practically in the field. Then we also collected samples, and the samples of which we collected were chalk dried, 2.5 degrees centigrade for 72 hours, ground past 1 millimeter mesh sieve. Then they were analyzed for all those parameters, ash, dry matter, crude protein, according to those procedures. Then the neutral detergent fiber, acid detergent fiber, and acid detergent liquid were also determined according to the method of Francois. I just want to share with you some of the preliminary results that we have obtained. Now, as I said, we are still trying to find out the botanical names of some of the forages. We have found a few of them, but maybe before we submit this paper, we will have identified all of them. So during the dry season, we found that in Isiolo, apparently grass was very, very important. One thing I can say about Isiolo is that there are fewer shrubs in Isiolo. So it seems as if that the camel still survived on the dry, very poor quality grass, what we usually call the standing out, hay green living. Now, the ranking was done by two methods, one from the questionnaire. Then in the focus group discussions, we did what is called pairwise ranking of the various forages to exactly determine which one is preferred. Because some farmers can just say this one and that one. So we did pairwise ranking to determine the most important among those ones. So you can see there is some disparity. If you use a questionnaire, it seems as if the grass was the most important, but then through pair ranking, we have that forage which is called Yamaru, which was indicated to be the best. You can see grass in pairwise ranking became number 5, but it was still one of the important for the feeds during the dry season. Then next we have Marsabit, where acacia, through the questionnaire acacia, Tutilis was the best, only the best. However, through pairwise ranking, we had Tudapia as the best. In fact, there were 3 which came out as the best. Number 1 was taken by 3 of them. Then you can see interface, which was number 1 here, through the questionnaire, became number 7 through the pairwise ranking. Then we have also results for the 12 most preferred forages by 21 camels in Marsabit, and you can see there was this shrub forage called Konyanto. It scored very, very highly, followed by Upei. But one thing which I can say here is that this ranking whereby you are watching the animals sometimes can depend on the availability of the forages. So maybe these were the ones which were mainly available. But from the observation of the farmers over many years, maybe they also ranked others as better. So this is the same for Isiolo, where we have those ones. But apparently, by watching the animals, the grass was not there. So it did not feature under Isiolo. Then just also to share with you the nutritional composition of the forages which were analyzed. There were many. I think there were about 8 forages which were picked. And in Isiolo we find that the protein content, the mean protein content was alright, 15%. 15% protein content is far much above the requirement of the animals. So if they were to feed on only those forages at 15% good protein, then the animals should be better in terms of their production. Ash was 12.63 for Isiolo and 8.8 in case of Marsabit. Neutral detergent fiber. This is the portion of the fiber which is readily available to the animals. So we find it was 56 for Isiolo and 48 for acid detergent fiber. This is the fiber which is difficult to digest, and those were the values for them. Lignin. Lignin is known for interfering with the availability of fibers in animals. The levels were very high, between 15 for Isiolo and 20 for Marsabit. Now we also did the organic matter digestibility of the forages, and those were the results: 46 for Isiolo and 46 for both Isiolo and Marsabit. Dry matter digestibility of the feed was 40.5 for Isiolo and 41.9 for Marsabit. Now, that digestibility level is low. It's quite low. But the most funny thing is that if you look at the protein content of the ration, it's relatively very high. So what could be bringing about this low digestibility of the feed? And the explanation, I think, is in the acid detergent lignin. It is the lignin which I think was making the forages to be less digestible. So this was the digestibility of the forages in summary. So we are talking of a level which is coming around here 40%. Now, what are some of the conclusions and recommendations? One, it's evident that camels fed or feed on a variety of trees and shrubs. There are so many of them. Number two, the preference depends on the species present and also the amount of forage available. Usually, injection rates is rapid where preferred or selected browse is plentiful, but much slower on common species that are little live. Then we also find that the forages identified as preferred during dry period in questionnaire ranking does not match with the observed preferred forage by the camels. I think this I have explained. Maybe it was because of what was available. So depending on the severeness of the drought, maybe some species were not there. And they were not available to the animals when they were, when we were watching them for their intake. Now, this can be attributed, this is the explanation I'm giving, it can be attributed to absence of the forages or shedding of leaves during the dry season. Then we also find that the nutritive value of forages was below the intended values to meet the requirement. This was mainly in terms of ADF and NDF, but in terms of protein it was all right. Then we also find that the decline in feed resources, both in quality and quantity, as a set of ground requires mitigation strategies. So this difference we are seeing, we need to come out with the strategies on how the animals can be helped. Therefore, supplementation of camels during dry season is necessary. So the final conclusion there says that these animals, if they have to perform, because of the low digestibility of the feeds, they need to be supplemented. So that was the road to Marsabit. It now takes about 3 hours to drive from Marsabit to Isiolo. A journey which used to take a really long period. That was my Dr. Kirimi. He's the one we were working with in that area. These are the hurdles that we were working with during the data collection. Acknowledgement, we would like to acknowledge the government of Kenya, Karo, and the Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Project for funding this work. Also, special thanks to our universities, Nehru University, Tharaka University College, for facilitating this work. Then finally, we wish to thank all the camel owners and others for their cooperation and provision of valuable information in this research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that elaborate research work. We can appreciate Prof for that work. Yeah, are there any questions to Professor's presentation? If there are any questions, you can channel them either through the chat or through you can raise your hand so that you can be unmuted to ask the question. And if you are allowed, you can ask your question so that Prof can respond. Okay, it looks like there is no question. I can hand over the chair to Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So thank you, the co-chair. Now I think we are coming to the end of our presentations, and it has been a good experience, very exciting. We have got very diverse types of presentations. Starting from smart machine, then all the way to the feeding of camels and